Yep, there we go. Okay. All right, I think it's working. So today, just to recap, we in the previous session, we spoke about some issues around research philosophy, and just to make the point that if a student is doing quantitative research, it's likely that the worldview or philosophy that they're using is post-positivist. The ontology is likely to be realism or critical realism, and the epistemology that they would be discussing would be objectivist epistemology. So if they including research philosophy in their proposal or in their dissertation, these are the options that they should be talking about, and they should be avoiding um, philosophies like interpretivism and subjectivism, which are the more qualitative um, philosophies. I do have some catching up to do, so I need to load some. I said I would find some proposals for you. So I still need to do that. I still need to generate some examples of using the Anderson-Daniels paper for reviewing proposals. I still need to sort out assignments 2 and 3 and some additional readings for you. So I'll be working on that in the next few days. So you will get that. You will get updates about those soon. Right, and today we're going to talk about. We're going to continue the discussion about supporting a student during the early phase of quantitative research design, with a particular focus on quantitative research. So the session, it's going to, I'm not used to doing full day sessions. So the kind of plan is that for the first couple of hours, I want to go through conceptualizing the problem from a quantitative perspective, and then sort of ending up talking about theoretical propositions, which is important for a quantitative design. Then I want to do some more introductions to get to know you a little bit better. And then I want to do an exercise looking at, it's got nothing to do with quantitative research, but it's interesting. I think it's quite an interesting activity and a fun activity looking at supervisor-student fit in a fun way, where it's related to this idea that we're surrounded by idiots, which are people who are not like us. So I'll do a little exercise relating to that if we have time. Then we can have a break. We will need a break if it's a full day session. I'm not sure how long you've been having for your other sessions. If you've been having full day sessions, I've scheduled an hour. If that's too long, we can negotiate that being a bit shorter. Or if you want a longer break, that's also fine. And then in the afternoon, I want to talk about research methodology, specifically the methodological choice that the student makes, and then the choice of research strategy, which is an element that students often get wrong in their proposal. So, or they leave it out completely, or they get it wrong. And then we can have a kind of Q&A. But you're welcome to ask questions during the session as well, as we go along. So that's the schedule for today. Okay. I'm rather embarrassed to confess that I can't remember how to put people into groups and teams. So I'm going to I'm going to run the session as using chat, and if you want to give examples, then we can do that through the main platform, not through groups. Okay, so I've given up on my group work for today. All right, so I need to go and so I think sorry I'm used to using Blackboard, and we don't use Blackboard anymore, and I use Teams for meetings, but not for group-based activities. So I'm a bit I've caught on the hop today. All right. So the first part of the session will be dealing with this idea of conceptual and theoretical frameworks and theoretical propositions. And this would be certainly conceptual and theoretical frameworks would be relevant for qualitative work as well, or mixed methods. But because of quantitative research having a strong theoretical basis, then the theory becomes quite important for quantitative research. But the first part is focusing more on the topic rather than on the methodology. So when we're talking about theoretical propositions and conceptual frameworks and so on, it's not so much about the methodology, it's more about the topic itself. So we're focusing on if we're thinking about the literature, we're focusing more on the left-hand side, topic literature, as opposed to methodological literature for this particular this part of the discussion. Okay, so it's just important to make a comment about scientific research, and I will share some papers with you which speak of scientific research. And scientific research, the name is a bit misleading because it sort of implies that it's about science, which it is, but social scientists also do scientific research. So it's not, it's an approach to doing research, it's a very well established framework for doing research. And it's not only related to the science discipline, so the science faculty or the medical health sciences disciplines. All research, not all, I must stop making generalizations, but most researchers will be doing scientific research. They might just not call it scientific research. So the approach is to pose significant questions that can be investigated, to link research to relevant theory, to use methods that permit direct investigation of the question. There's a sort of counter, if you can't measure something, or if you can't ask a question about something, then it wouldn't be called scientific research. And there are sort of attempts to come up with alternative approaches to doing research, but there isn't really a sort of an alternative method as such. And I'll share a couple of papers with you that sort of cover that debate around our approach to doing research. Yeah. So, and also another characteristic is that when we're doing scientific research, we need to provide a coherent and explicit chain of reasoning. We want to try and replicate and generalize across studies. That's not always possible, but that's a sort of goal of scientific research. And then we want to disclose our research to encourage professional scrutiny and critique. So research is about putting your work out in public so that other people can critique it and sometimes replicate it. So we kind of have this development of a topic over time, and we build a body of evidence about a particular problem. So whether you're working in a sort of health sciences or a scientific discipline or a management discipline or a social science discipline, we will be likely to be doing scientific-based research. Okay, and then this is a sort of a diagram showing the using a representation of chains and links between different elements of the research design. So you've got links to previous studies, you've got the current study in terms of the theory, the point of view, the questions, hypothesis, and then the design that you're going to use for the study. And then underlying that design are subjects, situations, or underneath that design are subjects, situations, treatments, observations, and measurements, and so on. You have analysis, conclusion, and then an explanation or rationale of the next study. So, and it's important, so using this chain analogy, is that you have to have strong links in the chain. If you have a weak link, then the chain breaks down. So it's this idea that you have to, and the links work together, so the linkages together and so on. So it's just an idea of thinking about research as obviously it's a process. It's there's lots of elements involved in the research, and if you have a weak link in the chain, it could threaten the sort of strength of the research design that you're using. So for students, it's for them to understand that you have all these elements that you have to bring together. And it's important to try and make sure that every link in the chain is a strong link. Otherwise, your design on your study becomes a weaker study. Okay, and these are some of the main sort of elements of the kind of conceptualization stage of the research design of the research project. So you've got you choose a topic, you decide on a topic, you read the literature around that topic, you then come up with some research questions, a problem statement, you develop a conceptual framework, and all these things are interrelated. Although there might be a sort of stepwise process involved, it's not a unidirectional process. We do, it's very sort of reiterative. So you might uh, you might sort of develop a problem which isn't such a good problem. So you then revisit the literature and come up with a new problem. You might have to adapt your research questions. So it's not often a unidirectional process. And again, the student needs to be aware of that. That it's not necessarily going to be a very quick and easy process to do research. So part of the role of the supervisor is to help the student understand that the research process, that research is a process that requires imagination, creativity, discipline, and structure. I think it's quite interesting when we come to statistics. Statistics might seem like a very structured sort of scientific component of the research design, or the research process, but there is an art to statistics as well. So it's not, although we think about research as being very scientific, it involves a lot of creativity and imagination as well. And then obviously it's good to encourage students to read. The literature provides valuable information. And I think the way we access literature today is very different to when I started doing research, for example. It's much easier to access. I was telling to do a presentation on Thursday, and I was giving an example where when I did my honors project, I had to in those days we had to order papers by interlibrary loan, and they came via post. So for my honors degree, I found a really good paper for the topic that I was working on from a South American university, and I ordered it, but it only arrived after I'd finished the project because it took so long via post. But nowadays we've got such great access on through the library databases and so on, that it's much easier to access literature, but there's also a lot more of it. So to process that is quite difficult. And the part of this function that I was involved in, they were talking about AI-related tools that the library here at UJ is investing in to help students with literature reviews. And there were some quite impressive tools that they were showing us there. Yeah, and then also read for context as well as for academic purposes. And that's just so. What's interesting? One of the interesting things for me when I look at student proposals is they often don't explain the context of their study in a sort of clear way. So it's when I meet with a student and talk to them about their research, what they're doing. I ask them questions about the context that they're focusing on, and then it becomes clear what the problem is. But they don't always explain that. And even in my own experience, when I did my PhD Viva, the examiners, one of the critiques that the examiners had was based on talking to me, was that I hadn't expressed in an adequate way. So when they spoke to me, they found out things which I hadn't written about in my thesis, which would have been better. So, and then I had to make some corrections based on their feedback in that regard. So I hadn't sort of so even if you have some experience, you don't always explain adequately the context of what you're doing. Okay, so I must just keep an eye on Teams. Let me just go in here. Yep. Okay. I'm just checking for questions. Yeah. So then also another important thing for students is, and I'm also guilty of this, is that I think a common problem is students often want to they start with a very big problem. And it's not a feasible problem in terms of the research that they want to do. So it's about obviously the bigger the topic, the more literature you're going to have to review. And also a good recommendation is for the student to avoid general studies because they're difficult to carry out and difficult to interpret. So it's about narrowing down the focus. And that when the narrowing occurs would probably differ depending on the quantitative or qualitative, if it's a quantitative or qualitative project. But I think for my PhD, I had this problem where my topic was much too broad, and it was and it's quite difficult to manage topics which are extremely broad in scope or too big. So it's about trying to narrow down the topic, but you also don't want to make it too simplistic. So quantitative, in terms of narrowing the quantitative is more likely to involve a more specific manageable topic from the beginning. And that's partly just because when you're doing quantitative research, because of the nature of quantitative research, it's a bit more because you're starting with a theory rather than sort of developing a theory. It makes it more manageable from the beginning because you have your variables that you want to look at the relationship between them. Whereas with qualitative research, it's more general at first, usually, and then after observation, the topic is narrowed down. So in terms of this timing of narrowing down, quantitative might narrow down faster than a qualitative would. Okay. And then in terms of deciding how to narrow down, the there's obviously you can sort of consult with advisors, specialists in the field. You could look at overviews of the status of the topic, or you could look at handbooks and special issues and reviews, because those sources, the people or the text sources, would give you ideas of how to narrow down the topic. But when you're a student, it's difficult because if you're new to research and you haven't got much experience, it's more difficult to sort of understand that process. But as the supervisor with more experience, it should be possible to guide the student in how to narrow their scope down. Okay, so just a question, which you can type up answers in the chat window. As a supervisor, what do you consider as good topics and why? So what would you think is a good topic, and why do you think it's a good topic? Just if you can just put some answers to that question in a chat.
Dr. Devi, is it fine if I say my answer verbally? I'm unable to type just right now.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay. Me personally, the research question has to firstly be something that the student is passionate about to some degree. A student that gets given a question that they are not passionate about or have no interest in, kind of collapses on itself. But secondly, the type of question that the student, the kind of question that the student has to answer or ask has to be open-ended, not something that you can answer with a simple yes or no, but something that is rather contentious that can be answered with yes or no, or maybe an in-between kind of answer. When the question can be simply answered as yes or no, it doesn't have enough meat.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Any other suggestions about yeah, good solving a problem? Yep, that exists, makes the study authentic. Yeah. So you wanted to have some relevance to the world. Yep, a good topic should be relevant, novel, feasible, and impactful. Yes, good. Yeah. So it's about the should show the knowledge gap of current issues. Yes, good. So it's about being it's about being relevant and feasible. So it must make some kind of contribution, either to the academic discussion that's going on in relation to the topic, or to solving a real world problem. Sorry, Gabriel, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to. I think you have already said some of the points that I wanted to make. Also, replication as well. It shouldn't be a study that is duplicating what already exists.
Okay, so we'll talk about that. Okay, let's have a quick discussion about that. So replication is where you basically copy somebody else's work. So and there are so and there's a dilemma with this. So we need people to repeat things because we can then say that the original study was valid. Because if we can't, if you do a piece of work and you can't show that it's repeatable, that would be a bad thing, because we need to know that the research that was done is is um, is repeatable, because that gives its strength, and it shows that it was a good piece of research and so on. It's called replication. So it is encouraged to replicate work so that you can show that that piece of work is repeatable. But then the problem with the way we function in an academic environment is that journals want you to show originality. So if you've replicated something, you're not showing originality. You're just copying what somebody else has done. So you won't get your work published. So there's this. It's good to be original because you're pushing the boundaries of what's being done. But by not replicating, we don't know whether that original piece of research is repeatable. So it's a kind of like a bit of a catch-22, where we do need to repeat work. But if you repeat work, you might not get your work published because the journals want something that's original, and if you can't show the originality. So sometimes what people will do is they'll repeat the work in a different context. So they'll use the same, they'll measure the same variables and so on in a different country, for example, and then they would say, well, it's a different sort of sample in a different context, and therefore, and that would be what the originality is. But so it's a tricky debate there, but we actually do need to repeat things to demonstrate that they are repeatable. So in medical science, for example, if you test a drug, let's say somebody does a piece of research to test a drug, and they show that the drug works, you won't just leave it there. You would want to be able to demonstrate that that's a good result, not a false result. So you do need to replicate, especially in those kinds of contexts. But then there would be the question of, can you get your work published if it's just copying what somebody else has done? So it is a dilemma. Okay, and I'm not going to answer that dilemma. Yes, Devashri.
Hi, just thinking about, I think, a replication of work. I do think that it is more applicable to quantitative than it is to qualitative, because it's very hard sometimes to replicate. I mean, that's why, the focus on qualitative work is not so much on validity than it is more on trustworthiness, because it may be hard to replicate qualitative work.
Yes, yeah. But I think yes, I agree. But I think there are certain things that we do need to replicate, because yeah, I think we can't just assume, because something has been shown once that it's always the case. So it's this thing about because we are using measurement. Measurement is not always accurate. The context, the conditions under which we measure things changes, this type of thing. So we shouldn't always assume that the result that somebody gets and the conclusion that they reached from that result is always going to be, true. And that's this question about the debate about true. Tony?
Just on the replicability within like qualitative studies, I think within qualitative studies, there is a level of replicability when we look at methodology. 100% you need to be able to replicate how you get to the results, even if the results may change. I think the part in which we cannot replicate is when we now start to analyze and interpret things. That aspect is then something that needs to be original and really speaks to the subject matter. But when we talk about the structuring of the research project, that should be something that's replicable, because I need to see it in the proposal that if I were to build a study in the same way, I would kind of reach similar conclusions.
Yep. Yeah. Thank you. Gabriel?
Yes, Doc. I just wanted to add also to what Tony has said. There is, I think also there is some level of replication that can happen within qualitative studies. We've seen some studies whereby, they have themes that have that were already developed in some studies prior. Then they they build on working on those themes. We have also seen maybe interviews based on questions that have already been devised before and applied in particular studies. Then the authors work from there. But in terms of the quantitative, on the quantitative side, I think the replication should be more focused on the methodology. That your method, for us to say methodology is a good method, it should also warrant that if I need to repeat that particular process, then I should be able to repeat it in the context that you were saying that maybe it's a study that was done in a particular setting, then now I'm extend it maybe to another part of the world or in another geographical location, but maybe you are using the similar variables, for example. But in the scholarly community, I've seen that it has led to a bit of some antagonism in a way, whereby we are not eager to share, especially our data that we have used to come up with particular results or that we have analyzed. So there's this lack of eagerness to share even the codes that we use. If you ask an author that I'm doing a study that is similar to what you have done, may I please have maybe the data codes that you used, for example. They are not really eager to share that. In majority, even if you ask for the data, they will tell you that I don't even remember, that particular paper. It has been long back. I don't even remember where the data is and so on. So, but it's because of the consequences of that. If you replicate my study, then you'll find that there are flaws. Within, there are some flops that are there within what I've done, and maybe the results are misleading. It might lead to discreditation of my my publication. You understand? So maybe because of that, that is what put these reservations that scholars are having in terms of sharing the data and the process, which is a good thing. Which I don't mean the lack of eagerness, but sharing it should be a good thing, because I think that will enhance science and research itself. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Lindiwe.
Hi, Dr. Devi. Hi, everyone. Sorry, I got cut off. I might repeat some of the points maybe that my peers have shared. But for me, as a supervisor, what I consider as a good topic I would like to differ slightly to what Dr. Mohonyara has just said with some of the points, especially the part regarding replication, because in undergraduate and master's level, that's mostly what we do. And in short, also when you go or you move to quantitative research as well, there's a lot of reuse and borrowing, and if I may put it like that, to do certain research or to answer certain questions. And I don't think that it is wrong. There would be an issue if a study is replicated, if it is done in another context. That similar question that was answered somewhere else now will be answered in another area. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm explaining it in the right way or it comes across the correct way. But for me, I feel that for some parts, research survives on replication. Some of the things or some of the questions need to be answered in different areas. And hence, when one is performing research or doing research, they need to keep a good record of all the methodology and what, because someone might come across and pick it up, and you want to make sure that it is usable and it is easy to follow and it's within the rules that govern that particular methodology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, Gabriel, just a last quick point.
Okay, I just wanted to say to Lindy that we are actually in agreement.
Yes,
what
good.
I've been
Yeah.
saying, I'm in agreement with you. You are actually agreeing with what I said. I did not say that replication should not be done, but I said the emphasis, we place it on the method, that it
Yeah.
should be a method that can be replicated. But we find that the scholarly community, they just lack the eagerness of sharing because of fear that maybe my work can be discredited and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks. Just to make another point, I think also the replication, I think, would be, depending on what the outcome of the research is, so the impact that it would have in terms of, I think it's so. If you think about, I'm using the medical kind of discipline as an example. If you're testing a drug and that drug could be used for treating patients with cancer, for example, that's got a really high impact in terms of the kind of outcome from that research. So I think in those kinds of conditions, you would want your research to be really sound and really good. And that's where the replication, I think, would be critically important. If it's an honors project where the student is doing something where the impact is not that sort of critical, then the replication wouldn't probably be necessary. So I think it also depends on the sort of type of research that's being done and the impact that or the sort of effect that research is likely to have on the society in terms of the replication, where it's more important or less important to do the replication as well. But I think there's definitely I see it in the work that we do or in the reviewing that we get asked to do, where academics send a journal or a student sends an article to a journal, and then it comes back and they say, what's the originality here? And if you've just replicated something, it's it's harder to get published because of that sort of requirement of the journals to be original. And so it's an interesting debate. Yeah, okay. But so let's move on. So then there's the problem. So the student then has to, once they've got their topic, they have to sort of identify the problem within that topic area. And the research problem is the issue, concern, or controversy to be addressed. And the purpose, which is different to the purpose, which is the intent or objective of the study. So when the student develops a research proposal, I mean, you'll know this, you've had to do it yourself. they need to put a research problem, or they need to state the research problem, and they need to state the research purpose in their dissertation or in their thesis, in their proposal, or in their dissertation later on, or in their paper that they're writing. So what, as a supervisor, what do you consider as a good research problem, and why? So this is different to the topic. This is the problem, not the...
Can I jump in, colleagues?
Yes, yeah.
I think a good research problem is one that seeks to address a gap, a knowledge gap in the evaluation of scholarship. So it could be anything that maybe the topic is focused on. If it's focused on addressing the issues of fees must fall, a lot of people have written about fees must fall, but what gap is there around fees must fall? Maybe a lot of literature remains in the unpeer reviewed platform. It's in websites, blogs, and so on, but it's under theorized and it doesn't offer a critical analysis of the fees must fall. So that would be a good research problem because it has a backup, and at the same time it's contributing to a gap that has been identified by the student or the particular scholar. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. It's also a good research problem must be testable. That's a good point. A good research problem must address contemporary issues and provide possible ways to address the problem. Yep. Victoria, I'm going to give you a chance first. And Victoria, your hand's up. We can't hear you. Okay. Gabriel, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, yes, Doc, it was up. I just wanted to add that I think that it should be an area of concern, an issue maybe that is existing within the society that we need to provide solutions to.
Okay, good. Yeah. Okay. So I think also, yeah. So, Victoria, do you want to try and talk? Okay, hand's gone. Right, yeah.
My hand is all right.
It's gone, yeah, okay. So I think there might be sound problems or something maybe. So I think, yeah, so I think a research problem must be, it's definitely must be researchable. So it must be feasible to do the problem. It must be measurable. It's, yeah, so it should contribute again to the, yeah, it should be a solvable kind of problem, or a problem that can be examined, and it mustn't be too large in scope, for example. So those are some of the issues around research problems. I think, and sometimes when students describe the problem in their proposals, they don't give a kind of clear description of what the problem is. They sort of or that, yeah, it's my experience is that sometimes the problem is not clearly stated, which is a problem for the, you know, which is something that would need to be addressed, obviously, with the proposal. and in terms of supporting the student, in terms of that, I'm going to come to another example later on. So the general flow of ideas is from topic to research problem and purpose statement, and then to the research questions. And I'm going to go into detail about each one now. So that's although there's an iterative process, obviously you'd start by sort of deciding what the topic is going to be. Then within that topic, identifying a research problem and purpose statement, and then developing the research questions from that. So that's the sort of general flow of the ideas for this conceptual phase of the research project. Okay, so choosing a topic, I'm not going to go into detail about this because you've been students yourself. If you're supervising students, you would know the sort of tricks of choosing a research topic. So this is just for noting, and if you're having trouble helping students find topics, you could give them this list and say, this is where you can, this is how you can come up with a topic if the student doesn't have one. Some supervisors will give their students topics to work on. Others will let the students choose it themselves. So what are your thoughts on that? Where do you think, what do you think do you think one approach is better than the other in terms of giving a student a topic, or obviously you'd probably want the student to work in a field that you are in your field and an area that you're familiar with in order to supervise them. So within that framework, the student has they have some limits on their choices that they can make. But some supervisors give the students a list of topics to choose from. Others allow them within that framework to choose the topic. So what approach do you use for your students? Yes, Gabriel.
Okay, for me, Doc, I don't have students that I'm supervising, but I'm just going to talk about it in the context of myself when I was still doing my master's and PhD. A mix of both, I think, is acceptable. But I actually find it more enriching if the conceptualization can be done together. Both the student and the supervisor. Then you come up with a topic. But we find cases whereby maybe the supervisor has been working on a particular project and there's already data that is there and some other funding and so on on a project that is already developed. So which would be beneficial maybe if the student is interested in doing in following the same path in terms of research, or share the same research interest with the supervisor, that maybe they can work together on that particular project or topic that is already understood. But conceptualization, if you sit down together, you conceptualize together, then I think that it's more enriching. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that's fine if you've got a few students, but when you have 20, it might not be so easy to do that. Okay. Tony, just a quick, sorry, your hand's up there. Tony?
Oh, thanks,
Yeah.
Doc. I honestly prefer if it's a distribution of about 65 to 70% student and about 35%, 30% supervisor. Primarily because what happens is once you develop the question for the student, it becomes another thing of you may have to develop other elements of the research. The students may end up becoming very dependent on you as a supervisor in terms of developing the research, conceptualizing it, coming up with the arguments. There may be a very dependent relationship there, which I don't think is most beneficial. And there's a lack of passion also when a student gets given a topic that they may have not necessarily wanted to develop in the first place. So it's good to facilitate the space and say, look, these are my expertise. If you wish to work with me, it would be most beneficial if you are in this general area of expertise. But should you wish to veer out of that, the department will support you. And it should be down to the students in the end to decide that, so that when the responsibility of doing the research comes in, it doesn't become the supervisor's responsibility to. The student feels as much responsible in terms of producing the research and ensuring that it's completed.
Okay, yeah, good, yeah. Devashri?
Hi. So this is a very interesting area of discovery for me, because there is this innate dilemma here. When we're looking at the context, which is the massification of students, so many students coming into possibly the honors programs and now even the master's programs, and the students have varied interests and supervisors have limited expertise. And matching the student's interest with the supervisor's interest is not always feasible. And I find myself in that predicament, so I work within the realm of poverty alleviation, and my students want to study everything else except that. And we don't have the time and the space to kind of negotiate these, because of the short periods in which they need to complete. So they need to get on with the work that they need to do. But that for me is always just a challenge. I mean, I'm giving students, I tell them about my expertise, I tell them about the areas in which I think possible research could be done, and they go ahead and just do things that they feel, through their observations, need research. And it's difficult to manage that. So, what are your suggestions to addressing such a dilemma? I do know that in the previous modules, Prof. Kraveshni, mentioned that we could possibly have a list of topics and have students choose from the list of topics. But for me, I'm a little bit uncomfortable about that, or, yeah. So if you could perhaps say something to that.
Okay. I'm not, yeah, I'm not going to solve that problem. Okay, so I'll just come back to that in a second about the choice. Just a couple of comments in terms of students must choose a topic themselves to ensure that they're interested in the subject. If they cannot decide, I will give more guidance and suggestions. And then my approach is to assist the student to develop the topic and their area of interest. It's an iterative process based on probing questions and reflecting on the area of interest. So it's, yeah. So, sorry, Gabriel, just one, do you want to make a quick comment? And then I'll respond.
I just wanted to maybe try to provide an answer to what Devashra was saying.
Yeah.
I think it was the one of coming up with topics. Then students are asked to choose. It's a model that I think it's used by many universities. Even where I was at honors level, we were also doing that. So they would come up with a number of supervisors who are the staff within the department usually, and maybe some students who are doing master's, PhD. Then we put the topics that we were, our areas of interest. Then students were asked to pick from that, and it was working. Though it won't be 100% perfect in suiting all the needs of the students, but to a larger extent, it does work.
Yeah. So thanks, Gabriel. So I think just in terms of giving, so I think that choice about, or the issue around how much choice the student gets in choosing the topic, I think also relates to the individual as a supervisor and how they supervise. So and there's different models of what, I don't know if you've done the other modules. I mean, we're not sort of focused in this course so much on models of supervision in terms of the individual supervisor, but my experience and as a student and as a supervisor is that there's different personalities in terms of how they manage supervision. So some supervisors are very they give the students very little autonomy in the choices that they make. And it also fits into what Tony was saying as well. Other supervisors are very relaxed about what the student does. So I would say if you're finding it difficult to manage the scope of projects that the students are coming up with, it might be that you are on the extreme of the spectrum where you're on the sort of liberal side of the spectrum in terms of giving the students autonomy. And maybe you need to move a bit more to the middle. so that's the only thing I can suggest is because if you give them, and I'm not saying it's not a bad thing or a good thing to be on either side of the spectrum or in the middle of the spectrum. I think it's just what works for different individuals as supervisors. And maybe the personality thing we do later will also help speak to that a little bit. But I think, so I think if there's a problem, then the solution to the problem would be to try and bring the students to focus more on what your supervision interest is, rather than let them have free reign over their choices. And I think because it also depends on how much, if you've got a lot of students, I think so. I mean, I work with supervisors who've got tens of students, and I actually don't know how they manage it. But they're working on topics. They work. I think they give them sort of some leeway on the topics that they choose, but it's not a free for all basically. So they don't have complete autonomy over what they're doing in terms of topic choice. So I think it's a question of sort of deciding who you are as a supervisor in terms of your supervision, that could spread to other parts of the research process as well. So I've had supervisors who were very in science who were very controlled over what I was able to do. So I didn't really have much choice over the decisions that were made in terms of the design of the study. And then there was some flexibility, but not a lot. And then in social sciences, there was I still had to choose topics of interest to the supervisor, but there was more flexibility within that as to what methods were chosen, for example, or what the particular question was. So yeah, I think it's also a question of, as a supervisor, how much kind of say do you want to have in the choices made by the students, because that's having an impact on your ability to supervise. So I think, yeah, Kenny, sorry, you had a hand up.
Yes, thank you. So I just wanted to add something as well, that I also think it's important for myself, I think that it's important to consider the students as well. So there are some that are versatile and they can do it by themselves. And so they don't need a lot of help. But then you see some that are really struggling. And so you would need to put in place, I think, measures to help them and to nudge them a little bit. So I think sometimes it's also dependent on the students that you have.
Yeah, it's definitely a two-way. There's two people involved in the relationship, and you're right. It's got to do with obviously if you have good students. I had a friend who he was a professor in the department that I was in, and he used to be very free with what his students did and what the choices they made, but they were really good students, so he could allow them to do that. So I think that also impacts on what you can do, but sometimes it takes a while to realize that the student is not as confident as you thought they might be, or strong as you, or weak. It's a strong or weak student. One of the things when I did my PhD, because I was more mature and I'd had experience in academic environments and so on, my supervisor, I think, made the assumption that I was more confident than I was. And I sometimes wish he was a great supervisor, but I sometimes wish he'd monitored me more closely and done more check-ins. But he kind of let me do my own thing, and I would have preferred it if he had been more sort of done, as I say, done more check-ins and more sort of been more observant kind of thing of what I was up to, because I wasn't always in control of things. So I think that's yeah. So it's yeah, but you have to judge. I think yeah, you have. It is an individual relationship. Each student is different. But yeah, and it's just about yeah, it's hitting as Devashni said, we've got these targets that we have to meet, and that's the pressure is always on us to get things done quickly. And yeah, when I started out as an academic, they didn't have constraints on how long it took to do a PhD. So you could take 10 years or 15 years or never finish your PhD at a university. But that's changed a lot over time, and that does put a lot of pressure on the relationship as well. All right, so this is, I think I've given you this chapter, and if I haven't, I'll make sure that you get it. I think I've mentioned the book. It's called Designing Research for Publication. And there's a very good suggestion in this, the author's Huff, and there's a very good suggestion about easing the student, because students, I think, when they come into research are quite, sometimes some of them will be confident, some of them will be less confident. And to bring them into the process as to kind of consider themselves as joining a conversation. So it's not as intimidating as if you were kind of, you're not joining this academic community, you're joining a conversation about a particular issue. And then to say that the student is going to contribute to that conversation with their own work. And then Huff has a exercise that you can do, or the student would do it. How do you find a promising conversation to join? And then define your current project in a short abstract of 150 words or less. Draw an initial bubble map of the conversations that might contribute to your project's successful completion. And there's some examples of those bubble maps in the chapter. Evaluate each conversation in terms of your identity and trajectory as a scholar. And then make decisions that lead to a more focused conversational map. So it's a kind of process which would allow the student to sort of identify the area that they most identify with based on their experience and their sort of personality, and then they choose the conversation that they would like most to join. So they're kind of making the choice, but you could still kind of do this within a framework of possible projects rather than many sort of infinite projects. So have a look at that, and then it's something that this is the kind of thing that I think you could give to a student to do when they join your group. So I'm not sure how you deal with your students at the moment in terms of negotiating with them about the topics, but it would be a good chapter to give the students to look at, and then they can do the exercises. Okay, I'm not going to talk much about literature reviews because we all know what they are, it's just the focus here is on the topic literature rather than on the methodological literature, because we're talking about conceptualizing the study. So obviously the student will be reading papers in relation to the concepts that they want to work with in their research project. But just to make the point that there are two streams of literature. One is the topic problem literature, and then the other would be the methodological and methodology literature that the student needs to read for their project. And that might not be related to the topic itself. So when you're reading about methodology, you don't necessarily read about methodology in your for that specific topic, although you would pick up methodology from reading about the topic. But there's general books, so if you want to learn about case studies, the literature and the topic might not have a lot about case studies. They might use case studies, but they won't necessarily describe or have detail about what case studies are and so on. Okay, I'm not sure why I've put this in here again. I'm going backwards, that's why I'm pressing the wrong button here. All right, then we've got the problem statement, purpose statement, and research questions. And in terms of guiding the student for these, I use texts which have examples of these different elements. So these are things that would go into a research proposal. And what you would want to do is give the students examples of problem statements and purpose statements and so on. So Creswell writes research methods textbooks, and he gives an example of a research problem in one of his chapters, which I think I've given you. His advice is based on a social science model, but this applies to the same. Often the principles are the same, whether you're doing a scientific or medical or a economics-based project. So I think there's a lot of general kind of things that we do which apply across disciplines. So the first suggestion he makes is to write an opening sentence that stimulates interest as well as conveys an issue to which a broad readership can relate. So that's more about giving a punchy opening, basically. Specify the problem leading to the study, what issue establishes a strong rationale or need to conduct the study. So sometimes in proposals, you get to about the 5th page before the problem comes up. There's a lot of introduction, sort of contextualizing the study, but the problem only comes up right into the dissertation, and in the proposal. So I think this is kind of promoting the idea that it should be early on in the document. Indicate why the problem is important, and then focus the problem statement on the key concept being tested quantitatively or explored qualitatively. And in a quantitative study, this concept is the dependent variable that's being measured. Okay, so I must make a point here. Not all quantitative studies are going to have dependent and independent variables, but usually they will. So the suggestion here is in your problem statement, the focus should be on the dependent variable. And in a qualitative study, it would be the central phenomenon of interest. So that's a good sort of recommendation in terms of, and then so where students would go wrong here is that they don't sort of they might not know or understand what the dependent variable is. So the dependent variable doesn't appear in their proposal. I've just recently looked at a proposal where the title actually had the title didn't have the dependent variable in it. So I've had to advise the student to bring the dependent variable into the title because it was missing, and it's a critical part of the design of the study. Okay. Another recommendation is to refrain from using quotes in the lead sentence. So, sometimes it's quite punchy to use a quote. And then the suggestion here is it would work better in a qualitative study where the style is a bit different. Stay away from idiomatic expressions or trite phrases, but I think when we write academically, we would probably do that anyway. Consider numeric information for impact. So if you're doing a quantitative project, you could sort of have some statistics, for example, as part of your problem statement. So it might be South Africa's unemployment rate is 45%, for example. That's an example of a number that you could use or using a number in a problem statement. And then also just consider short sentences for impact. So those are Creswell's, and there are examples. And obviously, as a supervisor, what you could do is keep examples of good problem statements for the students to use for their dissertation. Okay, so also to use words such as purpose, intent, and objective to begin the passage. So those are kind of good quantitative words to use. Identify a theory, model, or conceptual statement. So this is now the purpose. I've moved on from the problem statement to the purpose statement. So this is the purpose of the study. So to identify a theory, model, or conceptual framework to be tested in the study. So not all quantitative studies will be testing a theory or model, but so that some studies will be descriptive in nature. So they won't have a theory or model or conceptual framework, but if you do, that should be in your purpose statement. You should mention the specific type of method or inquiry being used in the study. State whether the independent and dependent variables will be related or whether two or more groups as an independent variable will be compared. So that's whether you're doing correlational research or comparative research. As a general principle, order the variables in the relationship or comparison sentence from independent to dependent, so that the order is, so you've got that logical order of the variables that you're going to be measuring in the study. Refer to the unit of analysis in the study, and then, excuse me, provide a general definition for each key variable, and use established definitions. So this is an example of a scripted purpose statement for a quantitative study. So again, if you've got a student doing a quantitative project, you could sort of give them the scripted purpose statement, and they can fill it out. So it's a bit like using AI, but and you don't want to be too prescriptive in how you ask the student to develop their purpose statement. But this gives a nice structure. So the purpose of this study, and then it would be you describe the strategy that's being used in the study. It could be an experiment or a survey, is to test the theory of, and then that relates the independent variable to the dependent variable. So you put your dependent and independent variable in the purpose statement for the subjects, and that would be the unit of analysis for your study at a given research site. So that's a very kind of compact purpose statement, kind of explaining the methodology that's going to be used and describing the variables that are going to be measured in the study. And then you've got your definitions. The independent variable will be defined generally as whatever it's going to be defined as, and the dependent variable will be defined generally as so and so, and then the intervening variables, if there are intervening variables, will be such and such. So that's a kind of good example of a sort of a script that you can give to students to develop their purpose statement for their quantitative study. When students don't use this kind of tool, then they tend to give very sort of vague, waffly purpose statements, and the variables aren't there. This kind of thing. So you want to avoid that in a quantitative design. Okay, and then for research questions, I use a chapter by Blakey, which is called Research Questions and Objectives. And I just want to make a comment as well. I think it comes from so there's a question about when the student develops a research proposal, do they need to have research objectives, research questions, and hypotheses in the proposal? So I think it's Creswell who suggests that you don't need all three of them. They're basically saying a similar thing, but in slightly different ways. Or in a different way. So you don't necessarily need to have objectives and research questions and hypotheses in a proposal. You could have one of them, and that should cover the sort of meat of what you're trying to do with the project. So it's just to make that point, but other people might disagree with that. Or other authors or you as a researcher might disagree with that. So it's just finding the balance between what components you need to include in proposals. Some researchers don't include research questions in a proposal, and I find that problematic because then it's difficult to. For me, I use the research questions a lot to understand what's going on with the research project, especially for a quantitative one. But some disciplines don't use research questions, and it's quite so you have to kind of work out maybe from the objectives what they're trying to do with the project. But I like the use of research questions personally. So that's and then so it's good, yeah. So it's really important to have good research questions. And they kind of because they kind of create the backbone for your research, and everything revolves around how you answer that question or those questions. And there's descriptive and inferential questions. So descriptive questions look at what's going on. They don't sort of answer why or how questions, but they do sort of describe what's going on. And then the inferential questions look at the relationship between variables. And then Blakey, in the chapter by Blakey, which I think I've given you, he goes into detail about what, why, and how questions and so on. And then it's also important to be flexible. So, and this is from a book by Jennings on research issues. There's an I can't pronounce this word. Apocryphal story of a doctoral student. That's an apocryphal means it might not be true. It's a sort of, it could be a sort of a made up story of a doctoral student in the mid-1960s who sought to ask why, in an age of nationalist struggles and the accession to power of indigenous governments, the Sultanate of Zanzibar had successfully managed to hold on to power. Within a few months of arriving to undertake fieldwork research, the revolution occurred and the Sultanate fell. Pondering the dilemma, the students simply rephrased the research question to why did the Sultanate prove unable to maintain its hold on to power? So that's the kind of situation where you need to adapt your research question to the context where it's changed. And I shared a recent situation where the student was asking the question, what impact does load shedding have on students' ability to study, but we haven't had load shedding for a number of months now. So, and it seems like the load shedding has eased. So suddenly the question becomes irrelevant. So how do you then adapt the question to the new context? You don't want to throw away the research completely, and you probably don't have to, but you do need to reframe the research given that the context has changed quite markedly over the short space of time. So that's the you have to be. I think often so we do a lot of proposal reviewing, and some of the faculties are quite strict about you can't change a title, you can't change. The proposal is set in stone. You can't move away from the proposal, but it's called a proposal for a reason, and the word proposal means it's proposed, it's not necessarily going to be set in stone. And research is not, most research doesn't work out in a nice, neat, compact way. So it's important to be able to be flexible about the design or the conceptualization that you're doing and design that you're doing. Okay. I've just recently had a situation with a student where the original design is not going to work, but they're very far into the process, and it's not necessarily anything within their control. So they're having to adapt the study quite significantly to get it through, to finish it. And the shift has gone from the qualitative component to the quantitative component. But the study wasn't designed for the quantitative component to be the main component. So it's now trying to see whether there's enough in the quantitative component to get the project through through to the end. So you have to be flexible about the designs. Okay, this is my bias. All research, whether quantitative or qualitative, should feature research questions, and it's not as I say, not all proposals will work on the basis of research questions, but I think it's a good idea that they should. And it's also important for students to know that research questions are not the same as the questions that they put in their questionnaire. So often, I think it's a misunderstanding that students make where they think that they mix up research questions with questions on a questionnaire, but they're not the same thing. The research questions are the broad questions, or the big questions, which are driving the design of the research and the how the problem is going to be investigated. And then there will be very specific questionnaires in a questionnaire which address those research questions, but they're not the same thing. So those questions contribute to answering the research questions, but they're not the research questions themselves. Okay, and this is an example from Blakey, the chapter by Blakey, where he's got some nice examples of research questions for different topics. And it's quite a nice resource to use for students to understand how they might ask research questions. So this would be, the first question is a descriptive question. What has been the extent of detected student plagiarism over the past 5 years? The second question is also descriptive, and what types of plagiarism are students engaged? So that's sort of looking at the types of plagiarism that are committed. And then if we move through to question 5, or even question 4, what attitudes do lecturers and university administrators have towards plagiarism? That could be a comparative analysis of comparing lecturers and university administrators' attitudes. Are they different or similar towards plagiarism? So that would sort of start going towards a more inferential kind of question. The question 5, what consequences does plagiarism have for students' intellectual development? There, the link is being made between plagiarism, maybe levels of plagiarism, and the intellectual development of students. So there's a link there, sort of a correlational link maybe between those two variables, the plagiarism and the intellectual development of a student. And then the question, why do students plagiarize, is also a sort of more inferential question. So what factors would cause students to plagiarize? And there you could start exploring the relationship between, it might be bad time management, for example. So the level of time management of the student and the degree to which they plagiarize, or the types of plagiarism that they perform, they commit, would be looking at a relationship there. So yeah, so how many questions should you have? If you're doing a qualitative study, there's usually one big question. But I'm not a qualitative researcher, so I don't, there could be scope for having more than one question. But I think usually there's one main question that drives a qualitative project. With quantitative research, I had a proposal recently where there was one question, but it didn't address the type of analysis that was going to be done for the project. It didn't sort of cover the scope of the variables or the analysis that was going to be done. So usually quantitative research will have more than one research question. So you'll have your descriptive question measuring the level of something, and then you'll have some kind of relational question measuring the relationship between the constructs that you're going to be working with. So the students need to be aware of that as well. And I think this is one area where students sometimes perform quite badly on, is that they don't have good research questions, and that's something that needs to be addressed. And it's when you're new to research, you don't have any experience. So you can't expect the person to come up with fantastic questions if they haven't had any experience in developing research questions. All right, conceptual and theoretical frameworks. So that's kind of so this is building more towards the topic, and we're not going to do this now because I'm looking at the time. Okay, so we're going to drop that. Okay, so common weaknesses in students' research conceptualization can include having no conceptual or theoretical framework, the use of inappropriate concepts or theories for their topic, combining concepts and theories inappropriately, and where they list past or current work, but they don't synthesize it into a conceptual framework. I was asked to look at a PhD recently from another country, and the literature review was basically just a list of papers or sort of summary of papers, but no kind of synthesis of that material. And I think if you've done a PhD, any of us have done a PhD would normally have been given some feedback from our supervisor about not synthesizing enough from the literature review. So I think it's a problem that we all have as students, whether you're in honours or masters or PhD. All right. So one of the resources I've given you is by Maxwell. So one of the issues for me, I think, is interesting, is what is the difference between a conceptual framework and a theoretical framework? Because that's sometimes the sort of concepts are used, but what is the difference? And I sometimes have trouble sort of kind of working out what the difference might be. So if I see a sort of proposal, is it a conceptual framework or is it a theoretical framework? So I think I have an idea in my own head about what I think the difference is, but what does the literature say about that? So I'm just going to go back to the screen quickly. Yeah, so yeah, laundry list. I like that. So Maxwell, I've given you a chapter by Maxwell, which is actually a book on qualitative research. It's a very nice text on qualitative research, and he's got some really nice activities in that book for which the student could do if they're doing a qualitative project. But we're focusing on quantia. So according to Maxwell, the conceptual framework can be defined as the system of concepts, assumptions, expectations, beliefs, and theories that supports and informs your research. He promotes the idea of a visual, yeah, it occurs in a visual model or a written narrative that explains the main things to be studied, key factors, concepts, or variables, excuse me, and the presumed relationship amongst them. I think mostly it's in a written narrative. People don't often use visual models for their conceptual framework. Sometimes they do, and more often in I think in a quantitative way. But I don't. I might be wrong about that in terms of the qualitative research. And then he says this may also be called a theoretical framework, just to make life difficult for us. so he's not making the distinction between the two, which is fine. But so it might be that the theoretical framework could be incorporated by the conceptual framework, because I see the conceptual framework as being something broader than the theoretical framework. And then it's also a tentative theory of what you're going to study, and then the research problem is part of the theory conceptual framework. So that's Maxwell. And then there's 4 areas where you can get this conceptual framework from. There's experiential knowledge, which is the knowledge based on the experience that you have, and that's quite an important source of the conceptual framework for students. So when I meet with students, they often will say, oh, they've noticed in their workspace, for example, that this is going on. And that's what is meant by experiential knowledge. It's what you see out there in the world that makes you think there's a problem somewhere. Then there's existing theory and research, and that's from the literature, for example, or from research that you might have done yourself. And then there's pilot and exploratory studies. So that's where you would conduct a piece of research. It's not a sort of a main body of research, but it would be a pilot study or an exploratory study where you go out into the field and examine something briefly and quickly just to see what's going on. And then there's thought experiments, and that's a more conceptual kind of process where you kind of imagine a problem. You have a problem, and then you kind of conceptualize around that problem in a more kind of conceptual way and more theoretical way. And as I mentioned, Maxwell does have some useful exercises that you as a supervisor could use for students. So, for example, reflecting on their experiential knowledge and drawing a concept map of their study. So if you've got a student starting out on their research design, on the conceptualization of their research, some of those exercises could be useful, and you should have that chapter. Yeah, so these are some of the exercises. I haven't shown you the full exercises, but you could ask the student to reflect on their experiential context, or to create a concept map of their study when they're developing their project, when they're conceptualizing their project. Okay, and I can't remember where this was, but I think I was doing some work, and I might have been attending a workshop, I think, and I think it was actually a workshop, and the professor said, every sentence in the literature review should have a reference. And then, so I found that a bit problematic, and I understand why they were saying it, because it was trying to make the point that that students must reference their work well. But if you have a reference for everything, it means that you're not bringing in your experiential knowledge, and therefore it wouldn't be a conceptual framework. Your literature review wouldn't be you wouldn't be building a conceptual framework through your literature. So it's so I think it's important to sort of understand that students can bring in their own sort of experiences. use that. Obviously, it'll be a question about, there can be questions about how accurately they're seeing things, but I think it's part of, it's one piece of evidence. It's not all the evidence that they're using to develop their study. Okay, I'm also sharing with you a paper by Grant and Ozenlu where they're talking about theoretical frameworks. And they make the point that theoretical frameworks are minimally covered in the literature, and they're not included in research, and that can be confusing and frustrating for students. And journals often won't publish a theoretical work because they want sort of empirical data, or they want empirical findings. So for Grant and Ozenlu, the theoretical framework is the foundation from which all knowledge is constructed for a study. It is structure and support for the rationale, problem statement, purpose, significance, research questions, and so on, which sounds to me like a conceptual framework. And then the choice of framework reflects personal beliefs and understanding, which sounds very much like what Maxwell's just been describing as the conceptual framework. These are more examples of what Grant and Ozenlu talk about as being conceptual versus theoretical framework. So one of the things that they so importantly, I think for the theoretical framework is it's derived from existing theory or theories that have already been tested and validated. So I think that's an important issue, but that's not to say that you couldn't have something like that in a conceptual framework. And then for quantitative research, theoretical frameworks are developed a priori, so before the research takes place. So you're going to have that theoretical framework is going to be used to guide the choice of indicators for the study and how they're analyzed. And then the conceptual framework is the researcher's understanding of how the research problem will best be explored and the relationship between different variables. So it's more about the sort of the way the research is going to be done rather than just the theory that's going to be tested for the research. And they give some examples of theoretical frameworks. I'm just going to read you quickly a quote from another paper which I've found for you, which is also talking about theoretical frameworks and conceptual frameworks. This paper, I think, gives quite a nice idea about them. So the theoretical framework is a logically developed and connected set of concepts and premises developed from one or more theories that a researcher creates to scaffold a study. To create a theoretical framework, the researcher must define any concepts and theories that will provide the grounding of the research, unite them through logical connections, and relate these concepts to the study that is being carried out. In short, a theoretical framework is a reflection of the work the researcher engages in to use a theory in a given study. So it's the theory that you're going to use. And I kind of like that definition. It's quite a narrow definition of what a theoretical framework is. A conceptual framework is the justification for why a given study should be conducted. The conceptual framework describes the state of known knowledge, usually through a literature review, identifies gaps in our understanding of a phenomenon or problem, and outlines the methodological underpinnings of the research project. It is constructed to answer two questions. Why is the research important, and what contributions might these findings make to what is already known? So that's it's not kind of narrowed down necessarily on specific theory, but it's the conceptual framework for the study. So I like that definition, and that's a paper by it's Varpio et al. And it's based in it's a comment on the philosophy of science, and it's coming from researchers who work in the health profession, but I think it applies to other disciplines. And they do make a note in this paper about that there is some confusion about the use of these frameworks and things. So I'll definitely share this paper with you as well. And that's so if your students are struggling with the idea of what a theoretical framework and a conceptual framework is, that would help them understand the difference. Okay, then just quickly to talk about theory. The theory is I see somebody's posted a video in there. So there's different levels of theory, and just to make a point that small scale time-bound university projects do not test grand and macro theories. So this is the table that I would share with you, which outlines the different levels of theory that we can look at, that we can sort of test basically or measure, or we can engage with these different levels of theory. But we, as academics working in a university environment, we're not likely to be working at meta theory or grand theory level. Especially for a project, a master's project, or even a PhD project. I think if you were doing a PhD in the sort of 30 years ago and they didn't have constraints over the time you have to do your research, you could probably kind of take on a sort of bigger theory. But in terms of collecting enough data and that kind of thing. But we tend to be working at mid-range or micro level, theory level. So just to bear that in mind. So again, useful for students to, I mean, I think we all think, it's all nice to think we can sort of do some kind of grand theoretical contribution, but it's not likely to happen. So for example, when Marx developed his theories about economy and society, that those theories were developed over many years, and using a huge amount of data, observations and data, which you wouldn't be able to do in a short project. So just bear that in mind, that it's that we're working at it's when we're talking about theory, we're not talking about, your work might be pitched within a grand theory kind of framework, but it's not, the work itself will not test a grand theory, if that makes sense. So just bear that in mind. I must be careful here because I'm moving around too much. All right, and then defining concepts. This is a big problem for student proposals, from my perspective, is that students often they're very weak in terms of sort of explaining what they're going to be measuring and defining what they're going to be measuring. It's often missing in a proposal. So they spend a lot of time contextualizing the problem and explaining what the methods are going to be. But when you get to this, they don't actually say what they're going to be measuring. It's there briefly or loosely, but not in any kind of clear detail. So to explain to students how to do what they should be doing, I use a chapter by Blakey called Sample Research Designs, and it's the topic that he focuses on in the chapter is environmental issues. So it's not necessarily related to the topic that the student would be using. But what I like about the chapter is that he goes into detail about, he's got all the components that you need for a proposal. So it's the problem, it's the research questions, it's the variables that are going to be the definition of the variables that are going to be measured, the operationalization of the variables, and we'll talk about operationalization in future sessions. But that's the defining the variables that you're going to need for your study at this point in time. So students often don't provide definitions. They don't do a thorough literature review, so they don't know what the different definitions of a variable are. And this is particularly important for quantitative research, because when you're doing quantitative research, you should have quite clear variables that are going to be measured in the study. They should have been measured before, maybe. They might not have been, but so you've got to have a good idea about what you're going to be measuring, and usually there'll be pre-existing measurements. But when we measure things, or when we conceptualize a variable, there could be different conceptualizations of that variable out there. So it's up to the student to do the literature review and look at different ways things have been defined. So you might have, so if we talk about the concept of performance, for example, which is very broad, even let's talk about poverty. Poverty is a huge concept, and there's different ways of conceptualizing poverty. There's a really good text, I can't remember the name, but it covers the different ways in which poverty can be conceptualized and measured. So you shouldn't come into the idea of thinking there's only one idea of poverty and there's only one way to measure it, because that's not the case. So so you need to kind of work out which conceptualization you're going to use, and then how you're going to measure it comes in later. And then, so there's lots of issues with, usually it's a problem of just something not being there, or not being described in any detail as to what's going to, or you have to work it out from the questionnaire that the students provided. So they don't sort of explain the questionnaire content at all. Yeah, so I use this as an example. So Blakey gives, in the chapter that he uses, they've got this concept of worldview that they want to measure, and then they provide a definition of the worldview. I'm not going to go into it now, but it's kind of it's explaining what the definition of worldview is, environmental worldview is, and that's what the students aren't doing, or if they're doing it, they're not doing it effectively. And as the supervisor, it would be your role to point that out to them and get them to correct it. Yeah, so then we've got another example is the Blakey, so yeah, environmentally responsible behavior, individual actions that preserve nature and conserve resources. So that's the definition of that particular concept that they're working with. And then this is quite a nice example. So this book was published some years ago. And the definition they use for gender in this chapter is socially defined categories of male and female based on human biological differences. So it's a nice example of how a definition wouldn't stand up today to a modern definition of what gender is. But having said that, I've realized from doing research with researchers in other countries that some other countries won't accept a more liberal definition of gender, for example, so because of their politics and so on. So it's interesting that so we have to define the concept, but the concept might not work in different contexts either. So that's something to bear in mind when students are defining the things that they're going to measure. All right. Then this is the really important part, which is getting to the theoretical propositions. So we've got our concepts, we've done our conceptual framework, we've got our theoretical framework maybe. Now we're going to develop theoretical propositions. So key elements of quantitative research are that we're going to test and validate already constructed theories, and it's not. Quantitative research doesn't have to be that, but so you can have, as I mentioned earlier, descriptive research, where you're simply describing what's going on. So, for example, when StatCSA, for example, sometimes does baseline surveys of an area just to find out what the level of services is in an area, for example, what the situation is for the people living in that community. So they're not testing a theory with that research. They're simply finding out what's going on and measuring things in a very descriptive way. But if you're doing a PhD, for example, there would be an expectation that you would be contributing to the theoretical debate in a particular topic area. And if that's the situation, then you do need to consider integrating some kind of theory into your design. So if you even with a research master's, it would probably be an expectation. And it's also good for training of the student in terms of their knowledge of how scientific research design would work, because that it could be that you could test a theory would be an important sort of kind of design to try and use. So these are characteristics of quantitative research. So the one would be testing hypotheses that are constructed before the data are collected. So as that there was a previous slide saying it's a priori development of the theory. So these are some of the characteristics of quantitative research. It's not always the case, but it would make for a stronger study if there is some kind of theory testing going on. Okay, so for this particular element of the research design, I use a chapter by Wetton. It's actually from that book by Huff on designing research for publication, and it's the chapter's called Modeling Theoretical Propositions. And some common weaknesses in students' research that we see is that there's no theory at all, which there doesn't have to be, but sometimes the research suggests there would be, and you don't know what the theory is because it hasn't been presented. There could also be a theory, but it's not convincingly conceptualized. So there might be a relationship between variables, but the motivation for that relationship might not be strong. Or it might be the argument might be poor for the relationship. And then you could also have a situation where there's an appropriate theory, but the student is using poorly defined or operationalized constructs. So they're not really, they could have better measures to measure what they're trying to measure. Sometimes what happens is you can't always get hold of the instruments that have been used to measure certain concepts. And then you have to kind of look for something else. And also sometimes the instruments out there might not be that good anyway. So although they've been published and maybe even used again, they might not be that good. So you've got to try and sort of make your way through various problems in terms of being able to measure the theory properly. And then this is something else that students do is they have an appropriate theory, but they don't measure like they might not measure the dependent variable, for example. So they haven't indicated in their proposal that they've got the independent variable measured, but they're not going to measure the dependent variable. The other thing students often do as well is they combine variables together. So they'll frame the questions in a way where the two concepts that they're measuring are joined up into one variable. So instead of having two separate variables, which you can look at a correlation between, they combine the two variables into one blob. So you can't look at the relationship is measured through the question, but you can't separate the two things out. So you can't test it inferentially. You only get a descriptive answer about the relationship. So that's also a kind of problem. Okay, so this is an example of a very simple theoretical proposition from Wetton. I'm sure most of you would know what this is. So you've got a construct X and a construct Y. The construct X would be your independent variable, your construct Y would be your dependent variable, and then you're trying to see what the relationship is, but if there is a relationship between those two variables, it happens within a particular context, so you need to explain what that context is. And then you're looking to see whether there's a relationship and does construct X impact on construct Y. The reason why Wetton is a good chapter is that he gives suggestions for. So maybe just if you can just say to me quickly online, we don't have to answer this question, but before we go to this next slide, can you give me an example of a theory that you've tested with your research? What constructs did you use and what theory did you test, if any of you have done theory testing with your research? Okay, question. Has anybody done a sort of a quantitative, you could even have done a qualitative study where you've tested the theory, but have you done a study where you've tested a theory using your research? And if you have, what was the theory and what were the variables that you used and what variables were tested? Yeah. Oops. Oh, sorry, I'm going mad here. Gabriel, sorry, yes, yeah.
Yes, Doug, but okay, I did not, in the study that we did not test theory specifically. But it was more, the purpose of the theory was more of providing a theoretical footing for the study, where we looked at the impact of globalization on economic growth in Africa. Those were the main constructs that we were testing: economic growth and globalization. Where economic growth was our dependent variable, then globalization in its dimension is measured by KOFG. It's a certain sort of a project that come up with these constructs of globalization. So we were measuring the impact of globalization and its dimensions on economic growth, but we used the endogenous growth theory. We used the endogenous growth theory.
So did you have did you use data, or was it more?
We used data. We used data, yeah. So we analyzed it. I think we used the general methods of moments. It was a panel data. Then we analyzed it using data, but the analytical method was the generalized method of moments. Yeah, okay. System GMM, yeah.
And then what did you use? What did you conclude from the study? Was there a relationship between globalization and economic growth?
We found that there was no relationship between globalization and economic growth in Africa. But remember, also when you try to publish the paper, there are some sort of politics, within it as well, where you find that if you send it to a country that is a capitalist country, like maybe in the US, then they are bound to you are not sharing the same ideology. So they are bound to reject your paper. But we ended up publishing the paper, I think, at Sir James. We ended up publishing at Sir James, but there was no relationship between the two in the African context.
Yeah, but it sounds to me like you did test the theories. I mean, because you had your theory. You might not have stated it as such, but you were testing the relationship between globalization and economic growth.
Yes. So that's why I said that the theory was more of just a sort of a footing for the study, but we're not like testing the theory itself.
Yeah, but you did test the relationship between globalization and economic growth. So I think you have actually you might not have stated it up front as being a sort of you might not have had a hypothesis about it or whatever, but I think you still have done that. So I think that's a good example. Yeah.
We did have hypotheses. Some hypotheses that we had for the variables that we were looking at, but we were actually thinking that globalization positively impact the economic growth in Africa, but we found it otherwise. Then with other sort of some pre-existing conditions that we also testing as well. That if they are there, those conditions, then maybe they would it sort of influence the relationship between globalization and economic growth.
Yeah. So I think you have, so I think it's just you might not have framed it as a sort of theory but if you're testing a hypothesis, you are testing a theory actually. So I think you have done that. You're just not framing it in that sense, so but it's fine. I think so one of the things to make a point about is often, and I made it in the last session as well, is if you're working in a particular discipline, you might not state explicitly that this is what you're doing, but it's kind of, so in science, for example, scientists won't say certain things. They won't sort of mention that they're doing certain things because it's a known assumption that that's what they're doing, and I think it's important to remember that sometimes you won't see so a researcher won't say this is my conceptual framework, but the conceptual framework is there. They just don't need to say it's there because people can see it's there, and if that makes sense. So it's a question of how you write about what you're doing. But I think in your case, it sounds to me like you had a hypothesis, and if you've got a hypothesis, then that means you are testing a theory, a statistical theory. Okay. Is there anybody else who's got, so I need to know before we proceed if there's anybody who's not clear about this idea of constructs and independent and dependent variables and the relationship between them. Because we do need to, because the next part is looking at how those different, how we can look at the relationship between dependent and independent variables in different ways. Devashri?
Hi, Doc. Is it possible to talk about our break now?
Yes,
I'm not sure if we can possibly maybe do a 15-minute now and,
yes,
cover what needs to be done and then do a half an hour and then maybe a 15-minute later. I
yes,
think we've been going on for about 2 hours now.
Sorry, okay. All right, so we can, let's take a break now.
Thanks.
Then it's 11 o'clock. Yeah, good point. And then and then we can maybe just shorten the lunch break a bit. Yeah, okay. So let's take a 15-minute break now. So
should we do 15 or 10 or
10's fine. Let's do a 10-minute break. Yeah, okay.
Okay, thanks.
So let's meet at 11:10.
Perfect. Thank
And
you.
then that's a bit more than 10 minutes, but that's fine. Okay, it's a nice round number. Okay. All right. And then we'll continue when we come back. Okay. 10-minute break. All right. I hope everyone had a good stretch. Thank you for Devashri, thank you for bringing it to my attention that I hadn't stopped. So I'm going to just a quick question: is everybody clear about this idea of having independent and dependent variables before we go on to the next slide? Is there anybody who's in doubt about what we're talking about? It's quite critical because it kind of speaks to what we are going to be looking at next. Yes, Wiseman?
So the construct X would be the independent variable and the construct Y would be the dependent variable.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it would be something like I have to try and think now. So I've just been working on a study where the student was looking at let me just get the project quickly. So I work on a lot of projects, so it's quite difficult to remember things. But so this particular student was looking at the relationship between, to get this questionnaire out, organizational culture and psychological capital. And then he's looking at Afrocentric transformational leadership as a moderating variable between those two, between the independent variable and the dependent variable. So for his study, the independent variable is organizational culture, and then the dependent variable would be psychological capital. So the idea there would be that the culture of the organization influences the psychological capital of the employee. And then he's also bringing in this moderating variable of Afrocentric traditional transformational leadership for his study. So that's the idea behind this, that you have this potential relationship between variables where the independent variable could influence the behavior of the independent variable. So yeah, so that's the idea behind the theory. Okay, so but it could be if you're doing a scientific experiment, for example, or a biological experiment, you could be looking at the relationship between, say, if you're looking at seedlings, for example, between the amount of water could be your independent variable and the rate of growth in the seedling could be the dependent variable. So it applies across all this kind of idea of having constructs and the relationship between them applies across all disciplines. All right. So the good thing about the chapter by Wetton is that he gives advice for how you might be able to develop new theory through your research, and that's important. We had this discussion earlier about making an original contribution, and one way that you can make an original contribution is through sort of adding to the existing theory or sort of developing sort of new theory in an area where there is already existing theory. And he gives different examples of how to do that. So one option is to come up with a new theoretical proposition. So in that case, you might have a well-established dependent variable, which is well understood, and your research is going to contribute by focusing on a new independent variable and the effect that independent variable has on the dependent variable of this existing well understood dependent variable. So there you're adding in an X. Your contribution will be a new investigating the impact that a new independent variable that nobody's measured before has on that dependent variable. Another way you can do it is the other way around, where we know a lot about X, we know a lot about the independent variable, but nobody's done any research on the effect that independent variable has on a dependent on a new dependent variable. So So you would do some, you'd propose that nobody's looked at the relationship between the independent variable and this particular new dependent variable that you want to focus on. But in order to do that, you'd have to kind of look at the literature and understand that this variable hasn't been tested before in any way or form, or maybe it's been tested but not in a comprehensive way. Okay, and then other ways you can contribute is you can improve on existing theoretical propositions by adding in moderators or mediators, or you can add more independent variables, or you could have more dependent variables than have been looked at previously. So for a moderating variable, I've got a definition of it later on, but for a moderating variable, you could say, we know that there's a relationship between x and y, our independent and dependent variable, but I'm going to add in a new moderating variable to see whether there's a moderating effect between x and y. Between a moderating effect of x and y onto the dependent variable x. Or you can add in a mediating variable, and again, I'll explain the mediation a bit later, but you could have we know that there's a relationship between x and y, but you now think that there's a mediating variable which influences that relationship or affects that relationship, and you're going to test that using data. So you have the hypothesis, you develop the theory and the hypothesis for that theory, and then you test it empirically. It might be that nobody's looked at before the combination of two independent variables on a dependent variable, or you could have multiple outcome variables, or you can have a more complex model where you've got a sort of antecedent and then an x variable and then a dependent variable. So there's different ways you can add to theory by adding in variables to the model that you would be testing. Okay, so these are examples of so the chapter by Witten can give suggestions of how to add to the existing theory or how to create new theory. So the first couple of examples are adding new theory, and the second set of examples are improving on existing theoretical propositions. And if you're working in the quantitative sphere, and given there's this demand for originality, this is a space where you could look at developing things. So, for example, just to use back here, just to use Gabriel's example, it might not be the case, but his example would have been, if nobody's looked at the relationship between globalization and economic growth. So we know a lot about economic growth, but nobody's ever looked at the impact that globalization has on economic growth. That would be contributing a new theory to that area of discussion. So that's an example of making new things happen. Okay, so but we never work with simple examples. We don't often work with simple examples like just a simple independent and dependent variable. You can do, but it's not. Normally we have more complex models that we want to sort of examine. So a moderating variable is it alters the directional strength of the relationship between a predictor and an outcome variable. So it's where you have an interaction between two sort of independent variables, which then influences the effect on the dependent variable. Okay, I'm not going to use this example here. I've got a better one. So these kinds of interaction effects are common. And if you don't want to ignore, if there is a moderator existing, you don't want to ignore that relationship between the two independent variables, because that's you'd be missing out on some kind of relationship that's there. So if you think about a good example of moderation is gender, occupation, and salary. So if you think about the relationship between gender and salary, there's a relationship there. The evidence suggests that male employees get paid better salaries than female employees, for example. And there's also a relationship between occupation and salary, where we know that certain occupations will get better salaries than other occupations. But there's also an interaction between gender and occupation, because certain occupations are populated by different proportions of men and women. So there's an interaction between gender and occupation, which then influences salary. So we would call that a moderation effect. So that's an example of moderation. And then mediation. A mediator is a variable that explains the relationship between a predictor and an outcome variable. So the mediator is the mechanism through which a predictor influences that outcome variable. And I'm not going to use this example here because it's a bit complicated. And again, if there is a mediating variable in a relationship, then you would want to measure it, and you want to know it's there. So part of doing research is to examine whether if you suspect that a variable might be a mediator, then it would be a good idea to test it empirically, so you can test that theory that you have that a particular variable might be a mediating variable in a relationship. So because life is never usually as simple as just having a sort of a construct, independent and a dependent variable. There's usually intervening variables which affect the relationship. So this is an example of a mediation where we have the variable maths ability. That would be the sort of competency in the let's say a learner's maths ability, their competency in maths. That's the independent variable. The dependent variable is interest in a math major. So the theory there would be that the stronger the learner's maths ability, the greater their interest would be in doing a math major. In this case, the mediating variable is math self-efficacy. So it would be your confidence in your maths ability. So it's not the maths ability itself. It's the confidence that you have in your maths ability, and that's modeled here as a mediating variable. So maths ability, the relationship between math ability and interest in the math major is mediated by the person's confidence in their maths ability. And so usually usually if there is a mediating effect, the pathway is through from maths ability to self-efficacy to interest in math major are stronger than the direct pathway of math ability to interest in the math major. So this is where your statistical analysis would come in to test that relationship. All right, and then the other good recommendation from Wetton is that you create a graphic diagram of your theory in your proposal or in your thesis. So it's often lots of students will put diagrams in their dissertations or in their proposals, but they often don't. I think they very rarely represent the theory that they will be testing with their project in a graphic form, and it's really quite useful to be able to see visually what the model is going to look like. And I've created a very simple, silly model here just to demonstrate what that would look like if you were to show. But what you can see from that model is you can see what variables are going to be measured, and you can see what the proposed relationship is between the variables in a visual way, and that's much more effective than writing it in a text, in a narrative form, where it can be, and especially if it's not written well, it can be very confusing and very sort of muddled. So it's a very good recommendation from Wetton. So have a look at that chapter. All right, so we've come to the end of that first session. Are there any questions in relation to theory and testing theory, and how you would supervise a student to develop a theoretical proposition? Do you have any questions about these themes that we've been covering?
Sorry, can you just repeat the difference for me between the theoretical framework and the conceptual framework? I kind of get lost with the conceptual framework. I've been trying to make sense of it for a very long time. I understand with the theoretical framework that it's something that's existing acceptable and so on. But with the conceptual framework, is it something that you as a researcher, you maybe develop some form of concept and then explain it, what it is theoretically and how it relates to your study or the problem that you want to tackle? Can you just maybe elaborate for me in terms of the conceptual framework?
Yeah, so for me, it's yeah. So I think the concept for me, my understanding of the difference of a theoretical framework versus a conceptual framework, because the conceptual framework is something much broader than in scope than the theoretical framework. But as you know, you can see from if you look at the resources that I've given you, there's some confusion about, or there's not always clarity about how to distinguish between them. But for me personally, I think for me a theoretical framework is the set of theories that might guide the research. And it doesn't have to be the theory that you're actually using. It could be broader than that. It could be a range of theoretical debates that are going on within the area that you're working in, and then you choose one from those. But it's very specifically theories that are in the literature, that are available, that have been tested and validated in some way or another. Sometimes the validation is not good, but there will be published work that's been done, and you drawing the theories from the literature. For the conceptual framework for me is much broader. So it could be, and it's almost like a motivation for the project. I'm just trying to find that paper again. Sorry, I think I closed it down, although I don't remember closing it down. Just trying to find it quickly. Here it is here. So for me, the conceptual framework is broader. So it's going beyond theory. So it's bringing in your concepts that you want to measure, but also contextualizing the project in terms of the area that you're working in, the particular context that the study is taking place in, and then provides a motivation for why the methodology is the right methodology for responding to the question. So, responding to the problem. So the theoretical framework doesn't necessarily do that, because it usually would imply that there is a particular approach that you're going to take when you've got a theoretical framework anyway. Whereas the conceptual framework, you could have different approaches that you might be using to address the problem. So it's more about kind of justifying why the research is there. So it brings in the other components of the project as well, the sort of problem statement and the purpose statement. So it incorporates those different elements. So it's not just a theory. It's not just the theory that you're dealing with. It's all these other elements as well. So that's how I would. I think I've got some many years ago, there was a very good paper that I remember thinking it's a really nice example of a conceptual framework. But I'll have to dig through my archives to find it. So I think it's also about having good examples of these different things to show what. Sometimes writers will say, this is my conceptual framework, or this is the theoretical framework for the study. That also gives an idea about what people kind of think they're made up of. But yeah, so just to I think this paper gives quite a nice example. I'm just going to read out the conceptual framework again. So the theoretical framework is the concepts and theories that are used to as a framework for the research. So I think that's fairly straightforward. The conceptual framework is the justification for why a given study should be conducted. So it's much broader than just the theory that you might use for the research. It describes the state of known knowledge, usually through a literature review. It identifies gaps in our understanding of a phenomenon or problem, and outlines the methodological underpinnings of the research project. So it's constructed to answer two questions. Why is this research important? what contributions might these findings make to what is already known. So it's kind of it's a more it's not as tight as the theoretical framework in terms of just which only sort of deals with theory and doesn't talk about the meaning of the research. So I think that's the key difference between the two. But also, I think, the reason why I introduced these is because I think there's often a lot of confusion about how to distinguish between them and so on. But it's also, if it's not a strong focus in your discipline to core, to focus on theoretical frameworks or conceptual frameworks, then don't, then I think it's, I think people have different ways of dealing with these things. I think people have different ways of prioritizing whether it's an important, whether the student would need to know about it or not. I think that's the issue. It boils down to that. Does your student need to understand what a conceptual framework is, or can they just create it without knowing, specifically what it is? It's the same thing with a problem statement. Do you want them to understand? I mean, they can write a problem statement without necessarily knowing or having a definition of what a problem statement is. It might be more difficult, but they could still do it. So I think that's the. I think it's up to you as a supervisor to decide how much detail they need to go into about, or how much they need to understand about the distinction between the two, or whether they can manage without it. I must say, I'm not sure what departments and faculties normally do. I mean, for research proposals, I think the focus is more on literature reviews and problem statements. They don't necessarily focus on a conceptual framework or on a theoretical framework. Maybe the higher up you go in the degree level, the emphasis might become greater. So if you're functioning at a PhD level, you should maybe be more conscious of the distinction between the two, or be working with one or the other. That's just a point to make. Okay. All right. I'm not sure if I answered your question, but I think have a look at the papers that I'm going to share a few papers with you in terms of try to distinguish between the two. And then that would also help. But I think for me, a conceptual framework is something much more broader than a theoretical framework. And then, are there any other questions in relation to the theoretical framework or theoretical proposition more particularly?
No, thank you so much on my side.
Thank you. Okay, so I just want to do a couple more quick introductions because not everybody was here on Wednesday. I don't know who I've already asked. So is there anybody here who wasn't here on Wednesday who can introduce themselves? So I just want to get to know you better. So if you weren't here on Wednesday, I'd like to know what's your name, your discipline, briefly what your area of research is, one expectation that you have from this module, one thing that you find difficult about supervising students, and one positive lesson you learned from your past supervisor or current supervisor, if you have a current supervisor. So anybody who wasn't here on Wednesday can put up their hand. Gabriel, you weren't here on Monday, on Wednesday, so you can start if you're there.
Yeah.
Sorry, you might. So I'm saying you weren't there. You might have been there, but I didn't ask you. I beg your pardon.
Yeah. No, I joined late though. Yeah, it's
okay,
true. When you did this exercise, I wasn't around. So my name is Gabriel Monyera. The discipline is broadly economic and management sciences, but I specialize in international trade. So I think areas of interest include identification of export markets, regional integration in Africa, globalization, foreign direct investment. So those are areas that I normally look at. But I'm also open to other areas, within the economic and management science field. What I would expect from this module, it's myself, the research that I've done prior, it's more quantitative. It's more quantitative, usually using secondary data, and other statistical, softwares like Stata, eViews. Then a bit of simulations using, simulation tools like the GTAP model and so on. Yeah, so I would expect this is more of a recap. It's always an opportunity to learn other things that are new and also get clarification of especially these concepts like the conceptual framework, theoretical framework. So I think it's sort of reinforces the thinking that and verifies the thinking that I had, in terms of in terms of quantitative research methods and the approaches that are followed. Also of beneficial is that as part of what we do at the postgraduate school, the writing consultations that we do, we meet students from various different faculties that also bring to us, some of the issues that we are looking at here. I think that has forced us to, though I was not, I had no idea much of the qualitative side, but I had to keep myself up to speed with quantitative research methods so that I can be able to assist also students that come from the qualitative side. So I think it's more of a reinforcement and verification of the thinking that I had on particular concepts that relate to this to the quantitative research method. Then one thing that I find most about supervising students, I only supervised, I think, about 3 students at honors level when I was at Northwest University. But since then, I haven't. I had a chance of supervising students. So I think it would be interesting, being a supervisor would be interesting. But the knowledge that we have, also the assistance that we give through the writing consultations, that's our point of interaction with students. It's more, we are more of supervisors as well in some way, because sometimes supervisors send their students to us when there are certain things that are not going really well. They send them to us to further assist, and we have assisted a lot of students who have went out of the systems through the writing consultations that we had. So I cannot really come up with something that I can be more specific on regarding question 1.5. When you think about either your past supervisors or current supervisors, what is one positive lesson you've learned? So from them, from the past supervisors, I think each supervisor, because for PhD I had like 3 supervisors. For masters I had 2 supervisors. But on the PhD level, they all have some kind of area of sort of specialization in terms of what you'll be doing. So areas of that were more positive is their response, in terms of giving feedback. They used to, it was more of an open door policy. I used to go look for them if there's anything that I need to that maybe I need that regards the research that we were doing. Also being involved, they were not only coming from a critical perspective, but sometimes they would be also involved in the process of finding solutions to the obstacles that we were meeting or whatever that needs to be addressed. So as a supervisor, I feel that when one is a supervisor, it's not all about just being a critic to the work that the student is doing, but also finding solutions, giving suggestions. It's easy to criticize, but sometimes it's also even much harder to provide solutions. Thank you.
Yeah, it's that role of the supervisor as a mentor, which you're talking about, I think. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you have to wear many hats as a supervisor. Okay, thanks, Gabriel. Sundika.
Good afternoon. My name is Sandika Ishrakmar Gavanda, and I'm from the discipline of Human Anatomy and Physiology. My research area is mainly forensic anthropology as well as forensic dentistry. My expectations of the module is to gain a better understanding of quantitative research, as well as the different resources and tools that are available that may be beneficial to my students. The one aspect of supervision that I find most difficult is communication barriers. And the positive lesson that I learned from my past supervisors is always to persevere and to break down research into manageable portions that are sort of like bite-sized, so it's not too overwhelming. And students also gain the confidence of accomplishing these small tasks, which gives them more confidence to continue with the research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. Devashri.
Hi, I thought I escaped this because I attended last week.
You didn't describe yourself though.
No, I didn't though.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm Devashri Naidu. I am in the discipline of sociology, and my research focuses on poverty alleviation. What is one expectation I have for this module? I want to learn about the tools so that I can help students, I think, navigate quantitative research that they're pursuing. In my discipline, which is sociology, it's easier for students to take on qualitative research because they just think that interviews and analyzing interviews is easier. But like you've mentioned earlier, it is more time consuming and needs very specific skills that I think that our students lack. So I think if I can navigate them towards more quantitative research, I think it can be more efficient. When you think about possible. So my supervision experiences, I come from a supervisor who's very liberal and lets me work on my own and, work independently. And yeah, so I think I need to, on reflection, I think I need to navigate my supervision style more efficiently and effectively to deal with the current supervision issues that I face. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm trying to work out, is it Nehemiah Ndlovu? Just going through the list here. There we go. Wiseman.
Good morning, colleagues.
Yes, it's still morning.
Yeah, it's still morning.
Yeah.
My name is Zamokuhle Wiseman Makobane, and my discipline is curriculum and education studies. So my research area is student movements, theorizing higher education, transformation and decolonization, recentering African epistemologies, My expectation from this module is to learn a lot about quantitative research rather than qualitative research, because that's my traditional research approach, or the traditional background that I've been introduced to in terms of research. One of the most difficult things about supervising students is that students work at their own different pace, and sometimes you'd expect them to catch up with your own pace and the way you work. So you end up finding yourself having to be versatile and flexible in terms of accommodating the students and the way they work. And when I think about my supervisors, some of the lessons I've learned is that it's important to persevere in doing research. It's a difficult undertaking, but with time, you learn or you grasp how to do research, and they've actually become my role models. So I don't think I would have been the person I am without my supervisors. I think they landed me where I am, and I'm very much grateful to them. Thank you so much, colleagues.
Thanks very much. I think it's a good point, as we asked to some extent the reflection of our supervisors, our past supervisors or current supervisors, which is good. Okay. I think Fauda Mbangwa.
Okay, morning, colleague.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. Okay, my name is Dr. Gael. Fudambang is just a surname.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, the discipline that I'm in is chemical science, and I specialize in environmental analytical chemistry, whereby I always try to provide some solutions in terms of the water quality. So I'm also working on the water treatments, and one of our goals there is to remove the emerging pollutants from the water. And my expectation from this module is, like some other colleagues have already said, is to learn more on the course, the quantitative research, and also to have a better understanding on what's the difference between the qualitative and the qualitative and the quantitative research. I think I've been too much on some work on the qualitative and also a bit of the quantitative. So I also want to see a bit of the difference between quantitative and also qualitative. And one thing I find difficult in supervising students is sometimes when things are not going correct the way that we want in research in terms of the results. Sometimes we tend to be discouraged. So sometimes we need to find a way to motivate our students, and sometimes I can also give up because it's not easy, especially when you are doing a PhD and you need to produce some papers and also try to finish the work. So it can sometimes be difficult. And what I've learned also through the supervisors is always try to be that motivator and also be there to support the students when things are really tough. So that's what I've learned from my supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Great, thanks. So, and then there's also in the chat, Masatuka Soreng has said her field of study is information and knowledge management, with an interest in strategic information management. As a new supervisor, I'm expecting to have a better understanding of the approaches and expectations in quant research. I haven't really supervised students, but currently part of a cohort supervising group and learning from my experienced colleagues. A positive from this cohort approach is learning through observation, which is, I think one of the things I want to try and talk about a little bit during the module is how do we learn about, how do we learn knowledge? Because that's when you're supervising a student, one of the things is that they're often new to the field of research. So how do they learn about something which is new to them? And there's different ways we can learn about things. So right. So thank you. I think that's everybody. If there's anybody who hasn't spoken and wants to talk or introduce themselves, please do so now. I'll give you a second to introduce yourself. I think I've covered everybody.
All
Yes.
right, my name is Kenny.
Oh, Kenny, I'm sorry. Yeah, I beg your pardon. Okay.
May I please ask you to go back to that slide so that I look at it as I speak, please? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm very sorry about that.
No problem.
I thought I'd covered everybody. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, my name is Kenny Chiwarawara, and I'm in development studies, and I research on social movements, protests, and migration. What is one expectation I have for this module? I hope to learn something about supervising quantitative research, students working in quantitative research. I did a bit of quantitative in my honors and masters, but my PhD was more quali and a little bit of quantity. So I want to get back to it. I used to do, this data and all those kinds of things. So I want to get back to that. So I hope to learn, and I'm really enjoying so far the module. It's kind of bringing me back to those kinds of things. What is one thing you find most difficult? I think it's about striking a balance, between, guiding, but also stepping back so that the student thinks and does the work themselves. And so striking that balance, at what point to come in and what point to kind of pull back, I think that's sometimes a challenge, because you want to be empowering, you don't want to do the work for the student. And then the last one, so one thing I've liked about something I saw from my supervisor was that, I think it's kind of linked to 1.5, but it's that at different points in my studies, he engaged differently. So when I was starting out, he was heavily involved, with suggesting some readings and key scholars. But as we progressed, he kind of pulled back, and I was now taking the lead and so at the end, really, I was now the one kind of leading the way and telling him, certain things. So I thought that was quite empowering, so that I no longer always need him. I need to become a scholar in my own right and a thinker and one who can do independent research. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sure. It's also an important point is at some point you have to become independent, and when does that start happening? Yeah. Dr. Loshni, I think your hand is up.
Good
Sorry.
morning.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, can you hear?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Good morning to our facilitator as well as colleagues on the platform. So I'm Loshni, and my discipline professionally is human resources management. That's the position that I hold at the moment. But my research areas are both education management, leadership, as well as human resources management. I think in terms of an expectation I have on this module, I have researched mixed methods and have also undertaken quantitative studies, but I haven't researched, I haven't supervised a student as yet who has undertaken quantitative studies. So for me, area of interest in what I would want to gain is around the theoretical and conceptual frameworks pertaining to quantitative studies. In terms of the one thing that I find difficult about supervising students is that with the faculty that I'm currently associated with, we don't have opportunity to have contact sessions, that's face-to-face contact sessions with students due to the location of the faculty. And I find that can be quite constraining. So we use online platforms, and I think that prevents the kind of efficiency that surrounds face-to-face contact, where you can provide that support, have more engagement, and work could flow easily. I must also indicate that I'm not in an academic position at a university, so this is something that I do as secondary to my primary role. The other issue or question, what do I think about my past supervisors? I think I really appreciate the fact that I've been lucky in the kind of supervisors I have had, both at the master's and at the PhD level. At the PhD level, I found that the independence granted to me by both my supervisors in exploring an interdisciplinary approach to my PhD helped me to develop a model in my work premised on what my initial thinking was. And I know that a lot of my peers have not had that opportunity. So I'm really appreciative of that, because it allowed me to grow and develop in a way in which I wanted to explore my PhD in a meaningful way to me and to the objective of achieving it. So that's my little input, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, and I'm very sorry I ticked your name off on Wednesday without. I had something written next to your name, but I must have got my wires crossed, so I thought you'd already presented. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
No, not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Good. All right. So I'm going to move on to what hopefully is a fun exercise now. It's got nothing to do with quantitative research either. Right. So it's about the. Okay, I'm in the wrong window here. It's about the idea of so when I did my PhD, we had to do, over and above the research that we were doing, we had to do extra activities for what they call professional development points at the university where I was studying. And one of the things I did to get some of those points was there was a researcher at the university who was doing research into the personality of the supervisor and the student, and how that interaction worked. And so he was just measuring the students' personalities. But so what I'm going to do now is an activity where there's a writer called Thomas Erickson who wrote a book called Surrounded by Idiots. And the kind of point that he makes in the book is that he argues that there's 4 main personality types, and he's giving them colors: red, blue, green, and yellow. And his point is that there's different personalities. So when you think somebody's an idiot, it's probably because they're a different color to what you are in terms of these personalities. So we're going to do a quick exercise relating to that. And the reason for doing this is that when you have a relationship with a student, you might find them being a bit irritating or annoying. And it's to think about, it might just be that they're a different personality to you. And I think it's not based on any science. It's based on this writer's observations through his experiences in life. But it does actually work quite well. And I can look at other people around me and say, that's a red person, that's a yellow person. So have a look at this, and let's try and do it quickly. And it's a bit of a fun thing. Okay, so you should see on your screen a column of red, yellow, green, and blue, and there's different words, descriptive words written under those letters. So red is aggressive, ambitious, strong-willed, goal-orientated, pushing, problem solver, pioneer. Yellow is talkative, enthusiastic, persuasive, creative, optimistic, social. Green is patient, relaxed, self-controlled, reliable, composed. Blue is conscientious, systematic, distant, correct, conventional, seems insecure, objective, and so on. So just read through those descriptors, and then you won't necessarily just be one color. You might identify very strongly with a particular color, or you might feel that you're in a bit of both, or across colors. So, but just choose the one that you most identify with, be it red, yellow, green, or blue. So just read through those and then sort of try and decide which one best represents your kind of characteristics. I wanted to do a poll here, but I just don't seem to have the functionality. So I'm not going to, I'll just ask you to think about what you are. So you can you read the text on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, we
Good,
can.
okay. It's quite small, yeah, but good, okay. Ben. Okay, I think I've added a poll which would let you choose one of the colors. Just which color do you most identify with? So options are green, yellow, red, blue. Your name won't be recorded with your answer, so you don't. So we don't need to know whether you're a green, yellow, red, or blue. I just want to see if you've got see how many greens, yellow, reds, and blues we have in the class. Can you see the poll on the screen from your side?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes, we can, Dr. David.
Okay, so 11 of you have answered so far. Okay, I'm not sure if everyone's replied. So just going to get back to the question quickly. All right, so I'm going to just view results. Can you see the results on the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we've got blues, reds, yellows, and greens. So 43% of the people who've responded have chosen blue. 29% have chosen yellow, 21% have chosen green, and 7% have chosen red. Okay, so that's interesting. So the idea behind this is that it's kind of done in a light-hearted way by the author, but it's to say we have different personalities, and these different personalities interact in different ways. So the blue, so he divides them into task or blue and red individuals are more task orientated and issue orientated, whereas green and yellow individuals would be more relation orientated. Blue and green would be more introvert, passive, and reserved, whereas red and yellow, people who identify more with red and yellow would be extrovert, active, and implementers. So he's kind of distinguishing between different kinds of behaviors in terms of the colors. What's critical is that, so yeah, and then each color has negative and positive attitudes, obviously. So the positive for blue, a person who identifies as blue would be that they're diligent, thoughtful, serious, persistent, demanding, and methodical. Green positive would be that they're supportive, respectful, obliging, reliant, pleasant. The positives of red would be that they're strong-willed, independent, ambitious, determined, and effective. And then yellow positive would be inspiring, stimulating, enthusiastic, dramatic, and outgoing. I've done this exercise with a group of business students, postgrad business students, and there were lots of reds in that class, which is very interesting. Okay, so it's interesting that there's so few in this group, people who identify as being strongly red. But there's also negative characteristics. So a blue person would be critical, indecisive, narrow-minded, fastidious, and moralizing. The negative green is stubborn, uncertain, compliant, dependent, and awkward. Red, the negative side of a red personality is pushy, strict, tough, dominant, and hard. And then the negative side of the yellow character would be manipulative, hot-tempered, undisciplined, counteractive, and egotistic. So yeah, and then, but there's also issues with what they call challenging combinations. So green and red don't combine well, and blue and yellow don't combine well. So and the idea behind this would be that when you're working with students, if you're a red supervisor and you have a green student, a green identifying student, then that would be a problem combination. So there could be challenges with that relationship. And then also with the blue and yellow. So a mainly blue person would tend to be very structured and have routines and so on, whereas a yellow person is very sort of not routine driven. so there'd be a clash of personalities there, basically. And so the author gives suggestions for how to adapt to behaviors which don't match with yours. And I think you'd all recognize that we do have problems with personalities and there's certain people that rub us up the wrong way. And also what Erickson refers, when he says surrounded by idiots, it's people that you don't, that you feel like you don't relate to them because they're behaving in a different way to what you would like them to behave, basically. So if you're dealing with a student who is very much a sort of red behavior student, you'd need to speed up, cut the small talk, and stick to the topic. So I have a colleague who's very much a red behavior, and he's been a student, and he's very demanding on his supervisors. If they don't give him feedback within a certain amount of time, he's on their back, and that type of thing. So you have to, if you're working with a red student, you'd have to be very efficient and sort of and not beat around the bush, basically, because they're going to get impatient with you. Adapting to a yellow behavior, a student who sort of identifies with those yellow behaviors, you'd have to create a warm, friendly atmosphere around them, start with big questions, and pretend you are making decisions based on gut feeling rather than on sort of any scientific evidence, for example. Adapting to a green student, they're likely to be a bit timid, so you have to help them, you have to mentor them, face their fear of the unknown. You have to give them space to have peace, quiet, and activity, otherwise they're going to get stressed. And then you have to handle the planning yourself. So you probably can't leave it up to them to manage their time frames and things, because they'll probably not sort of manage to stick to them. And then blue behavior, if you have a student who's got a blue sort of behaviors, then they're going to be very sort of strict in terms of what they expect. So you'd have to show that you've done your homework and are well prepared. So you wouldn't be able to arrive at a meeting without having read their proposal, for example. Otherwise, they'd be upset with you. You have to stick to the task, and then you have to stick to the facts and be very clear, because blue people are very sort of evidence data driven. So yeah, and then the other point that Erickson makes from his analysis is that groups benefit from a combination of personalities. So it's not, if you're working in an environment where everybody's kind of a yellow personality, it's not going to be very interesting. So even though there are these conflicts between different types of personalities, it's still teams work better when there's a combination of personalities rather than a single kind of personality. And this is very similar to what the researcher who was doing the study that I participated in, as just to provide data basically and to learn about what they were doing, is that he was using a sort of more established personality tool to measure different characteristics, but it's the same principle as to say that we have different personalities, and if you're dealing with somebody who's got a very different personality to yours, then you need to find ways of managing that relationship. So I work in an environment with colleagues who have different behaviors to mine. And it's, and even, when you deal with students, for example, you often get the sense that there's a mismatch between the way they would sort of expect a meeting to go and the way the meeting is progressing. Even with a course like this, for example, there would be different ways of kind of perceiving the behavior of people. So it's just a use. I think it's an interesting kind of thing to think about when you working with people and trying to work out ways of dealing with them. It's difficult to put ideas into practice when you have difficult, and this is more to do with the difficult relationships than with the good ones. Hopefully most relationships with students will be good, but there will be some cases where you have problem students, and then it's trying to find ways of negotiating that relationship, and it could be because of their personality is different, or their personal characteristics are different to yours, and then it's trying to manage that sort of difference in a constructive way, rather than sort of it leading to a difficult relationship and sometimes to the breaking down of the relationship between the student and the supervisor. So that's just a bit of an aside, and I think it's quite. I quite like I like working with colors, so I like the blue, green, red in yellow. And I can, if I think about one of my past bosses, who that individual was definitely a yellow. So you can sort of see often, if you sort of look at a person, if you observe an individual, you can kind of work out whether they are. And I know somebody else who's very much a blue, for example, the way they behave, and they're very sort of um, to kind of take it to an extreme OCD, that they're very OCD about how things are done. They've got very strong routines, and if that routine is broken, they get quite upset. So it's very interesting. Yeah, and you can always tell the reds because they're usually the people in leadership positions who are ambitious and determined, and yeah, but they can also be quite they don't sort of want to spend a lot of time working on a project or something, and they get impatient if things aren't done quickly. So that's just something to think about. Now we're going to stop and have a break. So how long do you want for a lunch break? Sorry, before we go, does anybody want to make any comments about the personality or the relationship with students in terms of personality and sort of similarities and differences, or how things can work out well for some students, and sometimes it can be a bit more difficult with depending on the student's personality. And also just to bear in mind that when we started the session talking about philosophy, it's about it does link to quantitative research in a way, because we spoke about the philosophy of worldviews and how some of those worldviews are more aligned to quantitative research than others. So the personality of a student will also some students will feel much more comfortable than others working in a quantitative sort of environment, based on their based on the experience, but also based on their personality, how adventurous they are, how willing they are to take on new challenges, that kind of thing. So I think personality does come into how people adapt to their research as well. All right, so how long is half an hour long enough for lunch?
Can I ask,
Yes.
will we finish at 4 today?
We might finish earlier, so depending on how long it takes to get through. I'm going to cover research design this afternoon, so I haven't covered the material that I'm covering before, but it might be I've allocated the full period of time, but it might be faster, depending on how quickly we go through, how many questions there are, that kind of thing.
Okay. I just thought if, we're going to take longer, then maybe we could cut our lunch a bit shorter. But I think you'll make a decision there.
I think that's just, is everybody happy with a half an hour break? So let's just take, and then we can maybe finish a bit earlier this afternoon. So does that sound good? Yeah, okay. So let's take.
That was great.
Yeah, 30 minutes. So it's, what time is it now? Let's say it's 12:20. So 30 minutes is, I'm struggling to work that out. 12:40, 50, or we say 12:50, we'll start again. Okay. I can't do I'm supposed to be a statistician and I can't work out. Can't add 30 minutes to 12:20. Okay, so at 12:50, we'll start again. Is that all right for everybody? Okay, so we're going to go on a break now for half an hour, and then we'll start again at 10 to 1. Okay. Right, good afternoon. I think we can start again. We go, right, so I hope you've all had a decent break, and let's carry on to the next component. Let me just go here. Right, so in this section, I'm going to be talking about research methodology. So we're moving away from the conceptualization of the project in terms of the topic to the methodology that's going to be used to examine the topic. So that's the focus of this afternoon's content. And I'm going to focus on two main levels. One is the methodological choice, which is deciding to choose quantitative research or mixed methods, and then the choice of the research strategy. And I'm not sure why I've got the quantitative mixed methods there. I think I just forgot to delete it. Okay, so once the student has identified a problem to be researched, and the student would then need to make a series of choices in relation to the research design, which is going to address that problem. And that's what we are going to look at now. So common weaknesses that we see in students' development of their research methodology and the choice of research methods is that they might omit key components. For example, they're going to be using quantitative methodology, but they don't state that in their proposal, and then they don't justify the use of that methodology. So there's no or weak motivation for the methodological choice that they're making. They might also state the wrong option. So, every now and then we do get a proposal where the student will say that they're using qualitative research when it's supposed to be quantitative research, and that does happen, surprisingly more often than you would expect as well. And then in terms of the research strategy, students sometimes choose the wrong option to use. So they might be doing a project where they should be using maybe a case study. That would be the best approach to use. But then they decide to use a survey. So they kind of choose the wrong methodology for their study. So that's those are some of the problems. And then sometimes they describe the strategy incorrectly, for example. Okay, so for this component, we're talking about, we're focusing on the literature on the right-hand side, not the methodological literature. For the, excuse me, for the, so it's the literature which is going to help the student make the choices about the methodology and to describe the methodology and to justify the methodology that they're going to use for their research. Okay, so the first area is methodological choice. So I'm going back to this research onion from Saunders and Tozy, and we're now moving down from the philosophical level to the next layer, to the next layer below. Excuse me, which is the methodological choice level. So at this point, the student can choose between quantitative, qualitative, or mixed methods. So those are the three main sort of designs that the student can choose. Just to note as well that there is another option, which is, but this here we're assuming that the student is going to do some kind of empirical research. I think I made a statement on Wednesday where I said all research will involve some empirical data, but that's not true. Most research would, but you can do desktop research where it's more about sort of theoretical discussion rather than collecting any primary data or even using secondary data. So this is, but if you're using, in this case, we're assuming that the student is going to use some kind of data for their study. And they're either going to collect primary data or secondary data for their research. So at this stage, we're focusing on this second layer. And then this afternoon, we're also going to go down another layer as well, which is into the strategy level. And that's an area where students often, they don't deal with that section in a very effective way. Okay, so to use another image, this is another way of looking at it, which would be, I'm just going to, this would be where the, this is the image of the tree, so we're moving beyond the paradigm from level 1 where we have the paradigm. We're moving to the methodology, which is the mixed methods, qualitative and quantitative, and also possibly the purpose of the research, which is need to know where you might use a survey or case study design, where you need to choose, if you're doing a research where you need to choose between different options, you might use some form of process evaluation design, and there where you need to do, which would be design-based research. So if you want to affect some kind of change, but from doing the research. So we're moving down to level 2 and 3, which is the general problem-solving methodologies and the operational strategies for your research design. Okay, so I'm not going to spend too much. I think I'm pretty sure you have an idea about what quantitative research is about. So I don't want to spend too much time focusing on the content here, just in terms of, but basically quantitative research in the natural sciences and in the social sciences would be defined as the systematic empirical investigation of observable phenomenon via statistical, mathematical, or computational techniques. If you were to use a definition for qualitative research, you would just change the same principle would apply about systematic empirical investigation of observable phenomenon, but it wouldn't be via statistical, mathematical, or computational techniques. It would be via other types of analysis, different techniques using words, focusing on words rather than on numbers. So it's focused on cause effect. We call it deductive research. It usually begins from theory, so it's we've said that before. It's used to establish a test, to test a theory, and if we've got under certain conditions, we can use the quantitative research to make generalizations or to test hypotheses. And just so one of the principles behind statistical research in particular is that, and this comes from the philosophy of research discussions, is that we can never verify a theory absolutely, but we can falsify a theory. So we can prove a theory to be wrong, and that's the kind of principle understanding the principle underlying scientific research. So we can we can never prove something absolutely, but we can falsify a theory with a certain level of confidence. Okay, so deductive reasoning works from the more general to the more specific. So we call it top-down research. So we develop a theory for our topic, and then we narrow that down to a specific hypothesis, which we can test. So we can measure the variables that make part of that hypothesis. And then we collect observations, and then we analyze the data that we get. And so we test our hypothesis through data. And then based on the result that we get from our analysis, we will decide whether the hypothesis holds or not, whether the theory but we can never prove it. We can never be 100% sure to prove a hypothesis, but we can reject a hypothesis. We can show a hypothesis as false. Inductive reasoning, which is a more qualitative approach, works the other way, where we move from observation. So you start with making observations, and then from that set of observations, you start to make generalizations and theory. So that's the bottom-up approach, and both approaches have their strengths and weaknesses. And just a comment from Jennings, in reality, the line between deductive and inductive approaches is blurred, and many research projects will combine the strengths of both. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why mixed methods has developed, is to try and address the weaknesses of the two different approaches. So I'm not going to go into detail about the strengths of quantitative research, but and sometimes what might be a strength could also be could also potentially lead to a limitation as well. But basically, the idea that you can test a hypothesis would be considered a strength of the approach. We can also make predictions from quantitative research if we measure things correctly and if we get the right data. And then, yeah, so we can, and if you use the kind of, if you use a particular type of research design, you can get a lot of control over the variables that you're measuring, and that allows you to eliminate confounding variables from the environment. So you can sort of extract, you can do very kind of clinical kind of trials, for example, where there's very limited interference from other variables. It's more difficult to do that in the real, if you're doing sort of research based in the field, where sort of the weather can interfere, for example, that kind of thing. But yeah, it's generally, if you're doing lab-based research or if you're doing experimental designs, you can have a lot of control over the variables that you're trying to measure. Yeah, so also another strength is that when you're doing quantitative research, it can be quite quick to collect data. So for example, using online surveys can be quite efficient. You can get lots of responses quite quickly. Theoretically, it provides precise quantitative numeric data, so which is also more efficient to analyze. But these strengths don't always occur if your design goes wrong. And remember that image I had earlier of the chain links, the links on the chain. If the links break, then you might not get precise data, and that can, if you don't get a good enough sample, you might not have enough data points to do a good analysis, for example. Okay, data analysis is relatively less time consuming, so it's much quicker to run once you've got your data in a statistical package. It's very quick and efficient to run the analysis, as opposed to, say, if you've got 10 interviews and you have to transcribe them and then do a very sort of intensive word analysis. It's very, very time consuming. So theoretically, on paper, doing quantitative analysis of coded responses, of closed-ended responses can be very fast and efficient. So yeah, so for example, yesterday I set up a data set for a student where there's over 300 responses, and it can literally take a few minutes to analyze that data if you know what you're doing. Whereas if you were to try and analyze words in a similar way, it would take you a lot longer. Although nowadays there is software which can analyze words, but because of yeah, it's just more difficult to analyze groups of words than it is to analyze numbers. Okay, and then yeah, when you use numbers, it often has credibility with certain groups of people. But the numbers have to also make sense and be used correctly. People can also misuse numbers quite badly. And one of the things that we'll talk about when we get to the statistical analysis is how numbers are abused and how you can reach the wrong conclusions if you don't design a good project. Yeah. The weakness of quantitative research is that because the research is largely developed by the researcher, the researcher makes the choice about what's going to be measured and how it's going to be measured. So that might not be a good reflection of what's actually happening on the ground, and that's where the limitation of quantitative research comes in. So the theory that the researcher decides to use might not be useful for the local constituency or the local environment that's being researched. And in fact, I've just worked on a project where the researcher was using a tool which was supposed to it's supposed to measure a few different subconstructs. But when we did the analysis, the particular environment that the researcher did the study within a very specific kind of environment, which is different to a normal organization. It's a very specific kind of organization. And the instrument didn't yield the same variables that we were expecting to yield. Now, I think it's largely due to the fact that this organization is very different in how it functions to a normal organization, what would be considered a sort of normal organization. Of course, what is I can't remember what they're called now, and let's not go there. Okay, so yeah, and then also